És azt a leború szivar végig, szavastok srácok, üdvözletem mindenkinek! Ahogy látjátok, születésnapi stream, mindenkinek hello, fuck yeah! Ez tényleg tök jó nap, mert én egyébként gyűlölöm a születésnapozást, legalábbis a sajátomat, mert egy éve mindig közelebb vagy a halálhoz, és ezért így egyre idősebb, egyre öregebb, egyre szarabb vagy. Viszont ma a 4.0-ás patch kijött, vagy a frissítés a Genshinhez, és ma meg tudjuk cookizni, úgyhogy végre csúcsesz. Hát neked is szia, adom is mindenkinek. Köszönöm szépen! Köszönöm szépen! Úgyhogy ma 4.0 lesz, gyűjtögetünk, úgyhogy Darlin, hát szia! Úgyhogy ma 4.0-ás frissítés megérkezett, én reggel leszettem, elméletileg úgy volt, hogy valami 7-kor elkezdtem szedni és 2 órát ír, mondom basszus, most mondom 9-ig tart ez a patch, erre fel visszajöttem boltból meg minden, és már 8 óra előtt le volt szedve, szóval egy ilyen 30-40 perc alatt le is rántotta a 60 gigát, hogy tök jó. Azt felfrissítettem, direkt beléptem, megnéztem, hogy minden fasza legyen, mert úgy akartam, hogy jó legyen, úgyhogy Darlin, minden fasza, a születésnapi stream, Genshin 4.0, ennél egyébként jobb nem is nap lehetne, meg hát itt vagytok ti. Úgy van, hogy direkt utána néztem, és ez tök jó, srácok, mert most a 4.0-ás első fézes banner, köszönöm, az első banner szeptember 6-ig tart, ha minden igaz, vagy szeptember 3-ig tart, addig össze kéne szednünk annyi primót, legalábbis, hogyha esetleg 2x90-et össze tudnánk stuffolni, akkor azt kellene csinálnunk, hogy kinyitjuk jelent a vizes csajt, vagy a tüzes srácot, még eldől, hogy melyik, viszont én a Phase 2-ben mindenképpen zsonglint akarom kinyitni, mert akkor végre a Geo csapat teljesen tökéletes, megvan, és legfeljebb így akkor, majdnem azt mondtam Barbarát, Bennettet is megkapjuk, remélhetőleg C1-re, mert ha kétszer kinyitjuk Bennettet, akkor C1-en ő kurva erős, de C0-án is tök fasza. Úgyhogy ma szerintem ez egy jó nap lesz, ha már felbontottuk. Nagyon durva, basszus kulcs. Szerda van, fél 10 és már sörözik az ember, hát igen, muszáj. Szerintem kezdjünk bele, én már nagyon kíváncsi vagyok a játékra, hogy milyen lesz, hogy lesz. Full le fogjuk darálni az egész ott, és kész. Magyarul beszélj! Biztos csehül hallottad. Állítsd át a nyelvválasztás csehről a magyarra, és akkor biztos érted, hogy mit mond. Vagy lehet szlovákon volt, nem tudom. Csú. Na várjatok, akkor át is megyek, várjatok. Harmadik pontot gyorsan átrakom. És go. Eddig jó. És itt a hangon állítok. 17-re lejjebb. Nem soká jövök. Jó van. Szaladj gyorsan. Szaladj csúcsú gyorsan. Mit leszünk legalább fél... Hogy van? 1:30-ig biztos. Fél 2-ig tuti. Na, szarok. A napi questre? Hát... Tudjátok mi jó? Ezt legalább daráljuk le, napi questtel kezdjük. Daráljuk le a napi questeket, és utána könnyebb dolgunk lesz. Átmegyünk a 4.0-ra, és tök jó. És már azon vagyunk, csak értitek, a Fountainhez el kell mennünk. Tényleg, nézzük meg ezeket, amik még nekünk itt pirosak.
Once,
Battle Pass.
there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens.
Oh.
From that kingdom came a crowned heir,
És egy új.
tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl.
A Battle Passnek van izéje? Vagy ez a 4.0-nak az újítás?
And the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness.
Oh.
But
Király
take
után
heart,
a királynő
a
lett.
second
Gonosz
crowned
királynő.
heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey. of your tale to be told.
Oké, és akkor a királyt letaszította a királynő, ő egy sötét királynő lett, és mi vagyunk az az era. Néni, hát szervusz, mi újság? Boldog születésnapot! Úgyhogy hadd szóljon a mai stream, üdvözletem, hogy vagytok? Köszi szépen, így visszamenőleg, Darlin, jól vagyok, minden fasza. Vártam már a mai napot, hogy tényleg tudjunk játszani, így szinte egész nap. Kis pihi lesz menet közben, majd akkor úgy is szólok, hogy mikor, hogy hány méter. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy milyen lesz ez a frissítés. Okay. Megvannak. Így kezdődött az egész. 4 napunk van az egészet megcsinálni. Oké. Hát a TCG-t azt nem fogjuk megcsinálni, mert én nem kártyázok egy játékba. Szóval yes. Oké. Mik vannak még? Nézzük meg. 71 pullunk van, ami az jó. És hány napot ír egyébként erre? 20 nap. Necces. Ebből van 2, ebből kéne még 8, hogy itt is tudjunk majd húzni egyet. Jó, válasszunk egyet, basszus kulcs. Legyen az első. Jó, az első, de úgyse nyitunk semmi ilyesmit. Annyit akartam még, hogy itt vannak ilyen szívszarok, ezeket gyorsan megnyitjuk, hogy ne lehessen látni. Igen. Volt más. Jó. Miért kinyitjuk, gondolom kapunk. 660 primót kaptunk! Oké. Jó van, én ennek örülök. Jó, és akkor... és kapunk még 50-et, hogyha ezt gyorsan megcsináljuk. Figyeljetek, ezt gyorsan megcsinálom, kitöltöm ezt a... és hogy kapjunk még egy ilyen 50-et, szóval... Jó, tudjátok jó, hogy én 86-os vagyok, ha nem kér semmi mást. Leszünk mail. Returned Disc, nem mondom el mi. Mi játszunk legtöbbször. PlayStation. Cloud Gaming Platform. Upgrade as a Cloud Gaming Platforms. Jó ez, leszarom. Oké. Ezt így gyorsan, de csak azért, hogy tudjuk, hogy Honkája, még azzal is játszunk. Kész. Muszáj ezeket gyorsan megcsinálni. Igen, ezzel játszottunk. Jó, azért válaszunk ki valamit. Call of Duty. Nem játszottunk. Hogwarts Legacy? Persze, hogy játszottunk. Jó. Friendly Watch Anime. Oké. Jó, legyen akkor egy Naruto. Ennyi fasságot direkt most kérdezni az 50 primóért. Bármit megteszek egyébként. Jó. YouTube. Legyen Twitch. Igen, lehet bele kóppal játszani. Muszáj ezt kitöltenünk ahhoz, hogy megkapjuk az 50 primót. Utána télen megcsináljuk a napi challenge-et. És irány. Meg is van, igaz? Jó. Akkor ezt kiszedjük. És meg vagyunk. Jó, fuck yeah! Nagyon ügyesek vagyunk. Akkor, ha már ez megvolt, váltsuk már be. Oké. 5 ilyen szarunk van. Az kurva jó. És ebből nem tudunk egyet se venni. A fenébe, ez mikor fog egyébként is lejárni? Ezt tudja valaki? Exa! Szia! Mi újság? Figyelj már, akartam tőled tegnap előtt hétfőn, amikor streameltem, kérdezni, hogy te oké, jól látom, hogy bekövettél hétfőn, de te nem régebbi néző voltál? Mert neked nem írtak ki, hogy első csetelő. De már követtél utána, nem? Csak ezt elfelejtettem, és aztán látom, hogy nem volt ilyen írás. Oké, ezt most egyelőre hagyjuk. Átmegyünk ide. Mennyi van? 76, kurva jó. Oké, akkor menjünk be gyorsan. Tudjuk le a napi challenge-et. Napi quest. Utána megnézzük, amik még pirosak itt fenn. Ne kelljen azokkal sokat szarakodnunk. És mehet utána a menet. Egy kis sörike. Már kora reggel. És hova kell mennünk? Csak ki kell menni. Jó. Na, ez zsír. Egyébként én tegnap megszereztem... én megvettem ezt a csajt, mert ő jó lesz egyébként a Léláékhoz. Tehát Beidou egyébként jó. Tehát direkt néztem egy Team Compilation-t, hogy kihez illik be, és pont jó lesz egyébként az ígyes karakterhez, akit kapunk. Azt, oda kell elmennünk. Ó, de jó. 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 Valamiért ide kellett jönnünk. Ja, hogy itt a menóval kellene... Ó, meg Johnny. Vártok, akkor party. És tényleg megváltozott ez a kinézet. Nagyon érdekes így. Nem streameltél, utána olyan játékok, amik érdekel, azok... Értem. Akkor ezért volt nekem így ismerős. Jó, akkor jó gondoltam. Zsírkaraj. Jó van, okés. Legfeljebb őt cseréljük most le valamire, ami... Hol van basszuskulcs nekem? Jó lesz ez. Meglőjük. Csak meglőjük. És ennyi volt? Basszuskulcs. Ennyi volt, akkor ezt most gyorsan visszarakjuk. Jó.
Hopefully this won't take long.
Vissza, gondolom ugyanide. Le kellett lőni. Érthető. Igen, meg egyébként régebben a Twitch nekem is csinálta, meg másoknak is, hogy automatikusan kikövetett egy-két embert, és nem is értettem, és nem jött notification, nem tudtam mi van, és amikor gondoltam, hogy felmegyek, nem volt ott, hogy élőbe, viszont Discordon meg kiírt, hogy élőbe van. És amikor felmentem rá, láttam, hogy ki volt automatikusan követve. Úgyhogy lehet az inaktivitás miatt, vagy valami miatt szokott ilyet csinálni ez a szar, de ezt furcsálottam, hogy nekem is csinált már ilyet. Játék. Oké. Ez megvan, megyünk ide. Gyorsan megcsináljuk még ezt a 3-at. És go. Valahol itt kell lennie. Ott. Mondom, őket kell ledarálni. Aha. Ott van. Ennyire erős egyébként. Jó. Meg lesz. Srácok, az jó. Csodj te át a napod.
Body and mind. No, my sword. Time to act. Witness the power of Gugwa.
Lehetséges, hogy néha majd rá fogok nézni a telóra, mert elég sok születésnapi köszöntést kapok, és próbálom azért arányában megköszönni. Jó, 2 megvan. Jött a harmadik, léci. Ó, ne! Persze, hogy ott basszus kulcs. Jó, akkor csináljuk meg ezt is, pont egy chestodit. Na jó. A ilyen környezet. Köszönöm. Ó, van még egy. Ez köcsög volt. Igaz, nincs több. Jó. És már csak egy van. Mindjárt meg fogunk fagyni, srácok. Jó, visszamegyünk ide. És már itt nem fagyunk. Yes! Yes. Na, akkor elméletileg erre kell nekünk menni. De. De is ugrunk. Gyert, egyről. Oké, már nincs sok hátra. Mindjárt ott vagyunk. Csoda le. Egy kézzel kisebb. Ha jól tudom, ez lesz most a harmadik ilyen quest. Napi. Ó, és ott van tűz, az jó. Már tudunk ott melegedni. Egyébként ezt a térséget is nekem már ki kéne pucolni, mert az egyik trófeához kell. Ó ne! Ezt nem szeressük. Ott van. Oké, csak muszáj megölni őket mindenképpen, hogy adják. Jó? Ott van. Egynek annyi. Egynek annyi. Gyorsan ezeket is lekarálom.
No rest for the wicked. Mind the side effect.
Ott van. Jó, és még gyorsan lesz. Én nagyon kíváncsi vagyok, mi lesz a történet egyébként. Jó, ez gyorsan így, mert nem akarom, hogy tönkre bassza. Ott van. Ó, azt kapja. Kapta. Kapta. Szia, vagyó! Ez még nem az a pálya. Oké, és akkor már csak, ez még csak a daily challenge, még csak most kezdtük, szóval még csak a daily challenge-et csinálom. Utolsó daily challenge-et akarom befejezni, és utána megyünk át. A dara, jaja, megy a dara rendesen. Jó, ezt gyorsan megöljük itt is.
No rest for the
Meglen. És ennyire egyszerű. Ja, ha egyedül van ez a mackó sajt és nem pajzsos jóskával, akkor úgy meg lehet csinálni. Viszont én nem akarom még mindig fejleszteni, hogy 50-es ár felé megyünk, mert így be van lokolva még mindig talán 80-ra. 80 nem tudom mennyire a zene. Ó, ezt szeressük, ezt csak le kell darálni ezt a kettőt és mehetünk vissza a monsterbe. Mindenkinek kellemes napot, aki most érkezett. Bogyó, neked is! Hoppá! Nem baj, akkor ezt az egyet is megöljük, úgy? Nem kaptuk érte semmit. Á, de jó. És hol van nagy mackósajt itt? Itt lesz, hogy spawnolni egy. Ilyen nagy. Most jön? Aha. Jó, kész. És akkor most kell visszamennünk. Done and done. Jó, és a Battle Pass most mindenképpen ezen a napon el kell kezdenünk darálni, mert kellenek ott is a plusz primók. Jó, megvan. Itt is beváltjuk, amit be kell. Megvan az egyes. Yes. Oké, megvan. Mine kellene meg még original resin. Hát nem. Boss kellene szerölni. Nyitottál már kristályt? Ja, mármint nyitottam-e emberkét? Nem. Majd szeptember 3-án fogok nyitni, mert én addig gyűjtögetem ezeket, hogy legalább mennyi legyen? Hát legalább 180. Legalább 180 legyen ebből, legalább 180 legyen ebből, mert akkor ki tudom a végén ezt nyitni. Hát muszáj, mert ha itt kinyitom 90-nel ezt a bannert, és a következő hónap szeptember 6-án indul a Phase 2, akkor Zsonglint is ki akarom nyitni, csak hogyha ott elbukom esetleg az 50-50-et, hogy még utána még tudjak még 90-et, tehát tudatos akkor nem 180 kellene, hanem várjál, számolok. 80, hát jobb esetben 240. Vizes? Hát figyelj, neked nincs meg az, ami szerintem nekem... Várjál. Neked megvan ez a karakter? Xingqiu. Neked ő megvolt, nem? Mert ha minden igaz... Ha minden igaz... Nem. Akkor őt érdemes nyitni. Ő vizes, és ő jó, és ő egy picivel, egy hangyafasznyival erősebb, mint az enyém. Őt. Jelánt kéne nyitni. És akkor a Barbarát, hogyha nyitsz, akkor erősebb lesz, megkapod ezt az új karaktert, illetve Bennettet is megkapod, aki kurva jó. Akit mondtam. Ő nem tudom. Srácok, Jelán kardos, vagy íjas mágus? Nem tudom. De kardos, nem?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Na nézzük ezt is meg. Vagy valaki megírja. Bó! Akkor íjas. Oké. Challenge progress. Aha. Igen. Spiral Abyss meg kellene csinálni. Vannak itt is. Köszi, Exa.
All will be revealed and then...
Hát jó! Nem mindig azzal kell játszani, akit szeret az ember, tudom. Jó, van akkor egyből egy kul. Kellene akkor... Shit, kaptunk valami újat? Nem. Viszont Bennettek a cuccát... Az Bennett meg is volt. Na, srácok, akkor kezdjük! Ide kell jönni! Ohó! Ez lesz a küldi? Vártok, csak meg akarom nézni, hogy tényleg ez lesz. Karaván, aha! Ez! Na nézzük akkor, kezdődjék! Nem nyomjuk el, srácok! Azért mondtam, mai nap hosszabb stream lesz, nem nyomjuk el. Hoppá. Ennyire idegesítő.
So much time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahida's in charge, right?
Japán nyelven karattyolnának. Legalább lehet érteni, hogyha nem olvasátok a feliratot. Látod? Hogy jó, megírta Exo neked.
Yeah, guess you're come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Jól olvastam, ő sub DPS, tehát ő nem kell, hogy legyen a képen. Minden igaz, most a térképen. Ő nem DPS.
For Nahida's sake, maybe we should think.
Look who it is.
Megyünk a
Running
Fortnite-be.
into you in a place like this. I can see you two still love wandering around.
De Dia nem tüzes.
Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
Nagyon idegesítő még mindig aki.
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Igen, elmondjuk, hogy megyünk Sumérból
You serious?
Fanté felé.
Can't say I saw that coming.
Valaki meghalott a háttérben.
But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
Igen, utazók vagyunk, paradusok.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Oh.
Thanks, but
Nem kell segítség. Pedig kellett volna. De nem mindig kell.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
A Fontaine felé? Akkor ezek szerint ez egyfajta a sivatagban egy ilyen oázis, a Fontaine? Vagy olyan, mint a... Oké.
Oh, wait a sec.
Vagy mint...
Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet.
Elsüllyedt világ.
Now where's that list Paimon made?
Ajaj. Oda jön hozzánk, akkor remélhetőleg tényleg segítünk.
I see.
Nem.
Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
Jó, Nahidától ő aranyos! Nem, ő tudja olvasni a gondolatainkat és az álmainkat.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Jó van. Take care! Vigyázz magadra!
Goodbye, Dia!
Igen.
Bye-bye, Sumeru!
Egyébként a zenék, az ilyen atmoszférikus zenék nagyon jók. Nagyon tetszenek. Aha, a határhoz elmentünk. Sivatag, report. És látunk itt olyat, amit eddig még nem. Igen. Azt a mindenit, a sivatag itt lezáródik, és ott meg egy ilyen vízivilág. Uramisten! Viewpoint! Igen, le lehet fotózni egyébként, vannak ilyen viewpoint. Ez gyönyörű, srácok, te várjátok! Kell nekem egy kép. Kell egy kép. Nem. Jó, akkor tudjátok mit, hogy csináljuk? Ilyen képpel. Így. Haha! Meg is van egyébként. Tök jó. Oké. Akkor most át kéne mennünk oda? Vártok. Nézzétek! Itt hogyha lenne ott egy porter. Aha, mert az is vízesés ott teljesen távolba. Ott lent. Ott vízesés, itt vízesés, mint hogyha ilyen lépcsős lenne. Aha. Át fogunk oda menni. De legalábbis megpróbálunk át. Szerintetek át tudunk menni egy glide-dal, vagy inkább menjünk a hajó felé? Próbáljuk meg a hajó felé menni először. Nem hiszem. A hajóig el tudunk menni, de utána a staminának annyi lesz. Szerintem rippenulni. Hát... és egyre hangosabb a vízesés. Ezt nagyon megcsinálták, ezt tetszik. Ez nagyon tetszik. És lett volna ott egy hajó, francba. Elmenjünk oda most már akkor is. Vagy nem? Ez mi? Ezt is lehet gyűjteni? Aha, valószínűleg lehetett ezt is gyűjteni. Ja. Na jó, már csak el kéne jutnunk odáig. Szerintetek belefulladunk és kezdjük előről, vagy meg lesz? Lesz centizve.
This must be Fontaine's port. Wow. Everything looks so
Tényleg gyönyörű.
advanced in Fontaine.
Igen, és itt elég sok lesz a meha, amit látunk. Látjátok, ott a robot alul. Ilyen steampunkos inkább. Ilyen steampunkos lesz.
Maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea.
Ki kéne lootolnunk ezt a területet majd a... hogy a... telepultot tudjuk fejleszteni.
Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Igen, azt tudom, hogy lesz búvárkodás bőven. Szerintem ahhoz lesz most egyfajta tutoriál. Menjünk el, és nézzük meg, mi van itt. Ja, és azt várom is, hogy milyen lesz a viszonylatban.
Me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Valaki meghalt.
Excuse me, can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Nem hallgatóztunk. Akartunk segítséget. Aha.
And we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Akkor hivatalosan ezt a Fontaine-t hívják az operának.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things.
Felettem van egy cilinder.
Putting someone on trial is
valószínűleg a helyi
a very
karakter, akit most lehet nyitni, ezt a srácot, sajt, akármi.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, both charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Játék kicsit. Az egy franciás volt, az is kicsit ilyen mehás volt. Aha.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too?
Igen.
Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Le omelette.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff?
Did you
say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Igen. Valami nagy celeb.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Nouvelette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you!
Köszönjük szépen,
At least
menjünk
we
az
now know
Archonhoz.
that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy mikorra fogjuk megtalálni a tesónkat, átállítani az oldalunkra, visszamenni a világunkba. Egyáltalán visszatudunk.
Hey! What are you looking over there for?
Nem biztos, hogy lesz vége ennek. Ezt nyitva fogják hagyni végig.
Maybe something's the matter.
Igen, őt fogjuk megkapni.
Maybe we better go check on her.
Igen, őt fogjuk majd megkapni. Ki. Yes! Oké, beszéljünk. Leila, vagy hogy hívják őt? Leila? Leila?
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Nagyon nézem.
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Nem beszédes.
Okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
Ódik valaminek.
About
Mi között van
many things,
hozzá?
actually.
Örülj a
But there's nothing I
dolgozom.
can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
Pontosan?
I was just
Megtartja.
reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
Ha?
See?
Annak a szarnak a tetején játszottak.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Igen, mi van? A vízre mutatott. Igen, már át lehet venni? Jó van. Igen, mert azt mondja, hogy ott a helynek a tetején, és a vízre mutatott, és azt mondja, hogy ti a vízben éltetek? Mi van?
No, people call the waters around Fontaine the sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. I doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Jaj, már a hangja már nem tetszik. De beképzeltek.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler.
Jó van, csúcsász, jó vízslizést. Látom, szereted a vízslit. Hozd nekem is, én még nem nagyon reggeliztem, szóval hozd nekem is, létszik.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Ezt jó, hogy steal all my lines, igen. Mindig áll.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Lynette, ilyen cicolány, igen.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
De nem, ő nem Netflix, ha úgy kérdezed.
What did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories?
Csak annak néz ki.
And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too.
Nem, ő szerintem showmester is, azért beszél így.
It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now.
Szoknyában lenne, akkor azt mondom, hogy oké. De így egy kis gatya, hát az a harisnya tartó az ilyen...
There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Szerette a fürit. Na, szőrös állatokat, lehetséges.
Where to begin?
Nem tudom. Ugye, itt bármi megtörténhet. Itt bármi megtörténhet. Vagy nyúl volt, rövidfülű nyúl, és mert a cilinderből húzta elő az apja, mert ő meg varázsló. Szerelem volt első látásból, amikor kihúzta a cilinderből. Hello. Hello, Lini. Nem tetszik még a szemese. Hassályol.
And hello, Paimon.
Füle mögül fogadjuk valamit előhoz.
Paimon, get a handshake. You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Nem fogod kezet vele.
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Etiquette?
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now.
Okay, vannak most már
By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the opera house to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Again?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the opera house later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please follow me.
Macska csapatot? Hát igen, figyelj, ahogy most Dionát kinyitottad, igen. Igen. Hogy a cicalány az biztos meg lesz. Na, srácok, egy másodperc. Itt vannak ezek az eventes hülyeségek. Nézzük meg. Oké, ezért kapunk... Ó, akkor itt a statue-t kell kinyitni csak. Igen. Invite! Megvan! Lynette! Nem menős, jó van. Kapunk szart. Jó. Test run is van. Azt is majd meg kell csinálnunk, hát ezt gyorsan ledaráljuk. Aha, 4 karakter. De ez érdekes, mert Lini és ki van itt? Jelen. Viszont érdekes módon látjátok, hogy még 2 karakter van itt. Lynette és Bennett. Viszont Barbarát nem rakja bele. Miért? Mert 3 plusz karaktert lehetne még kiszedni. Ezt egy kicsit most furcsálom. Oké, ezt is ki lehetne nyitni. Itt is van egy. Ó, hogy még ezért is van. Ez gondolom boss farm. Aha. Még egy boss farm. Akkor ezek szerint ezen a területen 2 van. Hát igen, és az Abyss. Oké. Gyors volt, anyám eltüntette az összes őslit. Értem. És még egy dolog. Itt van Lynette. Ezt csak azért csinálom, hogy kapjak még egy plusz primót, semmi másért egyébként, egyelőre. Aha, őt ki lehet húzni a 20-asra. És legalább most megkapjuk ezt is. Ebből 10-et majd még össze kell szedni. Ha? Jó. Srácok. Hol van az a kis szaros? És a profilban még ezt meg kell nézni. Később csinálok valamit. Ó, értem. Basszus. Akkor rendelj valamit, hogyha ennyire lusti vagy. Látok, volt még itt valami. Bocsánat a szarakodásért. Igen, és akkor már csak a story és akkor már nem piros, igaz? Jó. Hát az lesz. Hol van?
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Hát az a Lady Farina. Ó! És ő elektrós. Lady Farina. Nem. Akkor nem ő az. Kisgyerek. Kisgyerek. Akkor az, aki nekem, az csak a testőre szerintem. Én meg nem szeretem. Hogy köszi csúcsú, nem kérek.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Ha nincsen kezed, emeld magasra az egyiket. De paraszt. Egyébként lehet stílni is tapsolni.
Let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Innen egyedül aranyos, eddig még.
Is she talking about us?
De franciás a zene.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness.
De ilyet nem szabad mondani, hogy egy isten vagyok. Őt fogják először elpicsázni.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always
ez a tipikus az, hogy mint a South Parkban, amikor így tagolgatták saját fingjukat a pohárból.
Hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro
and acknowledge
the value and significance of your trip.
Ez is vizes, de ez nincsen benne az jelen, majd megmutatom.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it.
Nem ezt kapod meg, nem ezt a kis... Egy magas kékhajú lány.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little...
Őket még bele se rakták a úgymond a játékba. Játszható karakter. Kivétel Lynette és Lien. Ki? Lynette, bocsi.
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for you to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Ez hallgató. Szemüveges mögött.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Ki kéne mondjam?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Ajaj, nekünk kell beszélni.
I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler?
Igen, akkor híresek vagyunk itt is.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Igen.
Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight?
Most már harcolnunk kell?
Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Gyere! Jó. Azt megnézzem.
Are you not afraid? afraid. Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her
people? Jaj, elektromos, hagyjuk már! Neked annyi lesz. Tendrót ráküldöm és paf!
Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously
Bár Isten már legyőztünk, vagy legalábbis olyan lényt, aki Istennek hitte magát.
People nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Pufász, gyere le!
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Oh, ki beszélte magát?
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see, then as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. It's such a grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Igen, mások véleménye fontos ez
szerintem. How plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Igen, szülye. Bíróság elé akar minket tenni.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law.
Mert repültünk ide, és most mondta azt, hogy nem szabad az első 3 nap minden hónapban repülni.
That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Most szerintem ezt kitaláltam.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait,
precisely. Now, if you two have no objections,
repülés ezért.
In the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Igen, ő nem.
Tell her, Winnie. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ajaj! Varázsol valamit. Űz. Mit csinálom?
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back?
Igen, mi van rajta?
When did you do that?
Mi az a hátán? Akkor ezért, mert megérített a hátát, valamit rárakott. Valamit rárakott. Oh, varázslatos varázsló.
As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Direkt! Most játszottak ki azt a kártyát. Olyan Paimon, mint egy Luffy. Állandóan viszi.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
És így nem tartóztatják le.
I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Ezek szerint.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny.
Ó, itt
Just the sort
kilútolok
of
a
unexpected
mindent.
twist that I enjoy. With
Le akarom
you
nagyon
here,
hamar győzni
today's
ezt a kis kocsit.
performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The God of Justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But
így magyarázta ki magát természetesen. Olyan furcsa, hogy még mindig erre nézek, és itt a kamera most már.
But even the gods of other lands.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Papa. Futti van. Papa.
And just like that, she's gone.
Igen, el is ment.
Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen.
Oh.
You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation. Just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Bogyó! Közül kiváltotta a figyeltartásomra, igen, és kiúzom magam.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Ja, egy hónapig nem tudod kimondani azt, hogy mafia, egyébként nem raktam abban a listára, ne aggódjatok.
Sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House
akkor ingyen egyet. Ehem. Ülj nyugodtan.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Kaptunk egy táskát, de jó.
What are they going to use it for?
Mire használd? Rakjál bele dolgokat, Istenem!
You asked me before about the prophecy, right?
35
Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy.
Igen, elég szar.
Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
Ja, bűnökkel születnek itt az emberek.
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Okay, tehát azért kaptuk ezt a táskát.
It's like
ilyen varázstáska.
But this is...
És akkor ezt a...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Ezt a mágikus zsebet, vagy táskát oda kell adnunk vadidegeneknek. És megvan az első ilyennek. Hopp, itt van az első. Menjünk ide. Ki vagy? Elég. Egy hőr. Milyen szép pajsza van, még az enyém is bepödrődik ettől.
You also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
Nem kell neki.
You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
Hisz a proféciában.
No, I believe in the prophecy.
Benned, de...
But I also believe in
másik
another
sztoriba.
story. The story says that people once lived in the
magyar,
ocean.
mert huszár.
They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Jó, egynek odaadtuk.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Huh? I don't want that thing. The way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Nem akar elmenni. Nem is kell, kimondta. Vedd el azt a szart, és akkor kész. Na jó. Mindivel beszéljünk.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinion. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Jó, azért szerintem sokkal több a 268 óra, mert ez már egyszer lett frissítve. A 268 óra június óta a sok. Jó. Hova? Arra. Ha? Még csak itt az elején járunk, szóval. Ott a virág! Ott a virág! Itt is van. Hey!
It seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Jó. 20 másodperc kell hozzá. Jó.
Time to act.
Jó. Mindegyiket megszereztük? És több, igaz? Arra? Hát akkor megyünk vissza. Mikor mész a víz alá? Nem akarok még meghulladni, de nem sokára szerintem. Nem tudom, amikor a játék azt mondja. Még arra még nem sarkallott a játék, hogy menjünk még arra. De remélhetőleg már nem sokára, ez micsoda itt? Porta. A Cake for a Traveler. Jó. Jó, jó, van pár dolgok.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too,
Megcsináljuk a Magic Pocketeket, és szerintem utána fogjuk leküldeni a víz alá minket.
Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance.
Ma nyitottam még 5-öt, szóval vagyis beváltottam, úgyhogy 71-en kezdtük, 76
Though the
most.
performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
De legalább 2:40 kellene, úgyhogy...
We're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House?
Sok.
Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Sok. De akkor is meg lesz. Hogy bírták ennyit összegyűjteni, és kibírni, hogy ne nyissak. Ez a lényeg, hogy direkt csak jót nyissál, nem minden szart. Mert össze kell állítanod a csapatodat, hogy bocsánat, hogy jó legyen. Hát, hogy most mindegyik ezt nyitod, azt nyitod, neten teljesen le vannak írva, hogy milyen karakterek kikkel rezonálnak. És például ez a tüzes, másik két tüzesel, meg Linettel kurva jó. Tehát Benettel, meg a Szincsúval, a tüzes lánya, vagy kivel, jól megy. Például őt itt. Viszont jelen nekem azért nem jó, mert Szincsi, vagy kicsoda a vizes másik lányom, megvan. És egy picivel jobb ez a jelen, szóval azért felesleges azt is. Zsombit én már nagyon régóta akartam, mert nekem geós volt a kezdeti karaktereim is, és a negyediknek pont be. Child meg...
Alright, let's go.
Jó, és akkor hogy tudok felmenni? Erre vagy arra? Ó, erre. Jó. Akkor így fel tudom menni ezzel szerint a tetejére. Ha?
Body and mind. Time to act.
Ját. Itt körbe akarok menni, hogy nem hagyjuk el így semmit. Lift. Valószínűleg lift elé, akkor feljebb megyünk. Aha. Jó magasra megyünk fel. Az is tókálja meg. Top of the lift. Oké, és akkor a tolvajt most le kell csukni. De ő volt a besúgó. Ó, hello! Ez kell nekünk. Megvan! Nézzük meg ezt a térséget. Ó, látjátok? 1, 2, 3. 3 ilyen hatalmas bonfire van. Ezt nem nyitottuk ki. Fuck. Meg itt is lesz egy hajós. Valószínűleg ez lesz a... Csoda? Map integrity. Ó, akkor ezek a víz alatt vannak. Aha, layerek vannak. Víz alatt, víz felett. Ó, hogy itt akkor vannak layerek. Aha, nézzétek! Rá lehet menni, és a szelet víz alatt vannak ilyen légyerek. Ez kurva jó. Majd, hogy játszók. Figyelj, szeptember 3-ig gyűjts. Én ennyit mondok neked, csak gyűjts, játsz, szeptember 3-ig játsz. Semmi más, gyűjtsed azokat a szarokat, egyedül a normál banart nyithatod, a többit hanyagod, és csak farmolj, semmi más. Ja. Oké. Ez megvan. Beszélgetünk. Jaja. Igen, és itt írja, nézzétek! Ott van az a jel, és azzal lehet a vízbe bemenni, gondolom szerint. Aha. Arra nem. De szerint ennek a tetején van valami. Várjátok? Nézzük meg! Ott. De még feljebb. Én felmegyek ennek a szarnak a teljesen tetejére. Mert ott van valami a levegőben. Franc van. Akkor nem így. Így kell felnézni. Ha? Úgy, fel tudunk szerintem simán menni. Bemászunk a tetejére, srácok. Illetve mindenkinek kellemes napot, aki most csatlakozik. És még mindig van, bazd meg. És kaptunk ezért is primót. Minden egyes konkrétan primó is számít. Azért megyek erre az oldalra, hogy ha leesünk, akkor erre esünk. Van? És ott... Assza meg. Biztos, hogy fel tudom menni. Viszont... ennek az oldalán talán fel tudom menni. Itt menjünk még. Esetleg ugrani kell. Ha, annak a szarnak a tetején fel tudom menni. Ó, és itt teljesen a tetejére felmegyünk. Ott átveszünk azt a kis csillagot, vagy amit át kell vennünk. És megvan. Aha! Teljesen a tetejére fel kell menni. Srácok meg. Nem látom, hogy van. És én vagyok fog, vagy tényleg nem látom? Itt sincs. Ott sincs. Látok. Muszáj így menni. Basszam meg, nem látom. Nem, mert annak a tetés. Ennek az aljában lenne? Ha, ott van. Ó, csak ide kellett volna jönni, nem is kellett volna felmásznunk. Ó, de jó. De ügyes voltam. Ó, ezt kilootoltuk. Ott is van valami, cica. Egy könyv. Arra nem. Másik irány. Nem tudok már elmenni a másikból. Nem baj. Igen. Lina azt kérte, itt maradjunk. Várjunk rá. Ott van. Get ready to stop her. Igen. Biztos ez a csaj volt az?
What should we do? Should we chase her?
Igen. Itt meg kellett gátolni, hogy erre jöjjön. Itt várunk. Azt kérte, itt várunk. Blokkoljuk az útját.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Hát, megvan Linnynek. Na nézzük meg, Linny megfogta el a tolg. Aha!
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough.
Okay,
I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact,
if you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated, but at least we were able to get the stolen items.
What a slippery little thief!
All right, let's put this little detour.
Jó? Ide. Tényleg, el is lehetetlen tudok ilyet csinálni. Szavazás!
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Jaj. Igen,
no, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
Igen, ilyen az idős
It's about time for us to leave.
Egyébként szeretett tesóját látszik. Csak azt hittem, hogy ő is köcsögölve. Pályafutás. Azt hittem, hogy a csaj meg a macska is kémkedik utánunk. Itt már mindenki kém. És hajóval megyünk, tök jó.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Linny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
Look here.
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Charlotte.
Nice to meet you.
Charlotte.
From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Okay.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Ilyen fotós, csaj ezek szerint ilyen riporter? Valami hasonló.
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
Tök jó, hogy itt mindenki ismer.
I wouldn't be much of a reporter
igen,
if I didn't know who's who, would I?
Miért nem?
Wow,
Lient tartomát megmentettük.
Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
Hát majdnem mindegyik tartomát megvédtük.
What do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You could still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Oh. Itt a pigés szeletkenyeret ettek, atya világ!
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases actually. The serial disappearances of young women case. That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, it's the headline story in the Steambird. Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
A fáradt hangja van Lynette-nek. Léci, legyen valami fasz a bázis.
Hey, we're almost there, look!
Aha, mindjárt ott vagyunk. Ó, ott a város, és szerintem ott is lesz ilyen bonfire, ami szerintem a környéket fogja alapul. Jó a zene! Elkapták, megcsípték. És tök jó, hogy ilyen kis hajóval mész a város felett. Csatornákon. És mi van, hogy a kettő között találkoznak, érted? Egy irányba tud csak ez a szar menni. Megfordul az egész irány. Lehet, nem tudom. Merci, hát hello.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, I'm in hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
De ez a sáló
hasonlít az egyik be and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
Megíró. Jó, neve.
What a tough job! Always running around and interviewing everyone? Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Oké, ott vagyunk. Gondolom, most felmentünk a lifttel, aha. Ó, hogy akkor ez lesz a központi hub. Szép. A szökőkút. Ilyet csináljál, mit tudom, a Blaha közepére. Ez szép. Tényleg olyan, mint egy ilyen víz alatti város. Tetszetős. Oké? Nézzük már meg. El is tudunk menni? Hol vagyunk mi?
Time to act.
Oké. Én fel akarok menni. Felmegyünk teljesen. Ez szerintem tudja, a tetején lesz. És forog, látjátok? És itt fog kinyílni? Teljesen a tetejére megyünk. Ott van. Ó, de jó. Azt aktiválni akarom már most. Jó! Teleport, igen, de most nézzük meg, mennyi kell hozzá. 2 tudnánk hozzáadni. 20 kellene. Nem, összegyűjtjük az összes és majd egyszer. Mi történt itt? Ó! És ez mi? Botozgatni kell? Srácok, hány nap van ebből? 11 nap. Ó, az jó. És nézzétek, mennyi össze lehet gyűjteni ezekből a szarokból. Ó, boy! Akkor ezt sidequestben én majd megcsinálgatom. Nekem a story kell. Ez tök jó.
Body and mind.
Jó, beszéljünk vele, ez csak sidequest, felveszünk és semmi más. Ezt most csak elnyomjuk és utána mehet a fő. Virgil. Ez majdnem olyan, mint Vigil a Demi McCry-ból, meg a Virgin. Bocs. Akkor lehet ő egy szűz Virgil. Érdekes, hogy is berakva a reklám, és néha kiírja azt, hogy autonosan el akarja indítani. Nem. Minden ingyen. És a gyerek hogy hoppol már ott? És ez csak egy sidequest. Oké, segítünk majd. Majd, ismétlen, majd. Nem! Srácok, ez kellett hozzá basszuskulcs, hogy le tudjon menni a víz alá. Ó, nézzétek! Mert ő búvár szkafanderrel fog lemenni. Yes! Aha, akkor ez kellene neki, de mi most nem megyünk oda. Lehet innen ugrani? Hát. Na nézzük. Ó, ott is van egy bonfire. Aktiváljuk már. Aktiváljuk gyorsan, utána leugrunk. Minél többet aktiválunk, annál jobb. Van itt valami bolt. És ide kell jönnünk. Megvan.
This is our current abode. Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for...
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Igen, valamit akar. Beszéljétek meg. Érdekel. Valami olyanról akarnak beszélni, ami...
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Közelben van a tervíz. Felelretezem. Ott is van egy cicalány. Vele is lesz valami quest.
Looks like rain.
Úgy, akkor ez automatikus.
You're right.
Azt hittem, hogy megint.
But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Sárkány könnyétől elméletileg a legenda szerint a sárkány hasonlít.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
És lehet egy sárkány befolyás.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Ja, ő is mondja ugyanezt a legendát.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
Igen, legenda. Csak legenda.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
Go.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Irány. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, okay. Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
A főnökével kell beszélni.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Beszélni kell ezek szerint a főnök. Srácok, egy másodperc türelmet kérek tőletek. Egy gyors szünetgombot bekapcsolok, mert egy technikai szünet, és már is vagyunk. Pillanat. És már itt is vagyunk, úgyhogy hoztam egy energitalt, mert most egy kicsit láttunk még. Ez már nem sör, energital. Hogy mindjárt. Sok. Ah. Hova kéne mennünk? Hát akkor erről. Jöhet itt. Van kajás. Ó, Penta. Ez mi? Ez tényleg egy ilyen... Uri. Na, mi történt? Ez olyan, mint hogyha egy ilyen kis rendőr lenne, vagy valami hasonló. Jószág. Na jó. Ajánlom, nézzük meg, hogy itt lehet vásárolni. Ó, új receptek vannak, na várjátok. Ez... Van. Mindent is megvett. Ó, kávé. Ez így jó lesz. Tett vettünk a kávéból. Legalább vásároltunk egy kis kávét. Azt... És akkor már most azt... Aha, állapot. És ide kellett jönni. Ó, akkor a kovácshoz kellett jönnünk. Megnézzük, hogy a kovács mit tudjuk.
Oh, hello there.
Ez olyan, mint Kafka a munkásszárjéből.
When do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a check.
Oh no!
These must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Wow. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure,
Pénzes,
but
Linny?
who knows?
Egyből a pénz,
Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician.
Hey!
Why use your hand?
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Honnan? Hát a vízből bazdmeg.
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh?
Ez az energia.
How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Ez így jó lesz.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
És a második energiaforrás meg a kicsoda.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Ajaj.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
Már 70%-át. Kávé stream. Oh.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confreri of Cabrera wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Igen, ő eleinte egy köcsög volt, és harcoltunk is.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Okay.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Igen. Intézete, hát a te ügyed, nem az enyém. Pak.
Bring it on.
Ennyire erős.
Amateur, you can run, but you can't hide.
Ott van. És kész. És hogy átment egyből a miénkre?
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
És vizes volt, és valami történt. Basszus kult. És történt vele valami. És kiütött a picsába. Igen, mert ezek szerint itt a vizes arkon a vizet nem lehet használni, vagy mi? Mi történt, igen?
It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydropowers.
Igen, akkor ezek szerint itt a vizesekkel nem lehet.
Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my...
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child?
Igen, mit keres pontosan
I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Persze, hogy nem a munkával kapcsolat.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
Oh. That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk in that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I had...
More work for the Northland
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling...
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by...
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come.
Whatever gave you that?
That sneaky guy. He said he's been... Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before...
Jó, akkor mehetünk a városba. Ennyi volt ezek szerint a kis beszélgetés.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming! The reporter... sorry. The whodunit's here in Fontaine. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery... Oh,
egy nyomozós regényt is lehet olvasni, de nem akarom. Igen, az operaházba kéne mennünk, a Lianéknek. Tőle is lehet valamit vásárolni? Aha. Ó. Nem tudom miért vettük meg, de megvettük. És nézzétek, itt is van 2. Srácok. Pont itt van 2. Nem, az akkor lent lesz. Nem, még lejjebb lesz. Ó, de meg fel kell mennünk teljesen. Ó, csudi-mudi. Vártok, akkor nem. Felmegyünk ennek a tetején, és inkább lemegyünk. Szia, Sanya! Köszönöm szépen, nagyon kedves vagy. Hogy vagy? Jobb már egy kicsit? Jobban vagy? És akkor itt erre, igaz? Alakul, köszi. Oh, jó van. Jó van. Mi van itt? Ide kellett jönni. Jó. Örülök neki. Igen, amikor megtudtam, basszus, tényleg én is egy kicsit megértem. Jó, és akkor most... Hol a picsába? Ó, hogy oda? Na várjatok. Akkor most ezzel el tudom menni oda? Jó, menjünk el. És megyünk, yes, na! És le tudunk ülni. Ó, de tuti! Nagyon tuti ez a népvonulva.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Elfan. Ez is egy ilyen élőlény. Lényecske. Ne dugd ki a fejed. Vagy más tesтрészedet. És ha valakinek véteres, akkor mi van? Oké, így is oda megyünk a végére. Oda fentre. Zsírkaraj.
The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epicless.
És ott van lent egy ilyen nyitós pálya. Aha, csak oda kék kellene. Királykék. De nem nincs. De szerint itt is lehet horgászni. Ott is vannak ilyen igazolásos. Mekkora torony! Ez nagyon szép ez a játék, ez a rész. És ott lent is lehet menni. Én majd a víz alá akarok menni minél hamarabb. Nem baj, szép lassan megyünk oda. Utána már könnyebb dolgunk lesz, teleportálgatunk és kész.
We are now approaching our final destination.
Ide kellett jönni.
Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to Lost and Found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for
Gondolom filmezéssel, játszással töltöd most így a
Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
De nem már! Hát... Jó, és ott van. Haha! Yes.
Body and mind.
Igen. És merre kéne nekünk menni? Yellow choose selected the challenge and the reward. Oké. És... Srácok, akkor menjünk itt végig ezen az út. Teljesen az út. Meg ott láttam... Nem! Nézzétek csak... Mi van ott? Egy megfulladt kacu. Sárga. Aha. Egy nagy láda.
Body and mind.
És ez mit csinál? Mit csinál? Hidróval meg kell tonisztatni? Mi?
Rain outlines your fate.
Jó. Ennyi? Jó.
Treasure hunting.
És öt ilyen szarkot. Én elfogadom. Én örülök, ha kapok ilyen szarokat. Nézzétek! Látok? Le kell mennünk. És itt is van. Ojjjjjjjj! Ezt elpicsázunk. Kapjak! 3. Úgyhogy ez jó. Igen, srácok. Jó. Ez. 10. Királyság.
Time to act.
Nézzétek, ott is van egy. Meg ott is van egy. Akkor azt úgy kell megcsinálni.
Time to act.
Ha? Nem. Ez szerint nem így kell. Na mindegy. Úgyse ez a lényeg. Ha nem, mi arra menjünk. Ezt majd megcsináljuk így is. Ez annyira nem fontos.
Time to act.
Túl sok minden. Hello. És ott van egy bonfire, azt is aktiváljuk. Ott egy bonfire, meg ott egy kép kész. Hey. Tetszik nekem ez a... Hát azért ez így hello. Ez így jó. És oda kell mennünk. Yes, na nézzük.
Now this is fancy.
Igen.
The opera at Végre.
Ez az opera.
What a place to hold a performance. No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
Oh.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vaché.
Ki? Ugye Vaché? Ki mondta?
What's wrong?
Hol lehet elfogom? Vasér!
Vaché.
Vasér! Elmenjünk Vasér! Mi volt ez?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here.
Igen, valaki mondta
It's customary
így a
for
fejünkbe, hogy
newlyweds to
Vasér,
come
Vasér,
here
vagy
and
hallottuk
wish for
lehet
children.
valakinek a gondolatát, nem tudom.
Lynette, you scared Paimon. Why did you...
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Mindig kérte, hogy várjak.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon,
Igen, a
are you?
vízből, tehát a szökőkútból jött a hang.
It's the middle of the day.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard.
Igen, mondja, hogy
In
miért.
fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element?
A hidróra érzékenyek
What does hearing the
vagyunk.
voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me.
Mikor sírsz? Hát, amikor szomorú vagy, nem?
When Paimon's really sad?
Pontosan.
Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Mindig.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Valami érdekeset?
Oh, right.
Hogy szoktál egyáltalán tiktokozni?
Let's go in and see Linny.
Oké, beszéljünk Linnyvel. Hoppá. Oké, offering a fan. Ó, tehát offerelni kell valamit ide. Nézzük meg, valamit offerelni kell. Ha csináltok egy új TikTok csatornát, és nagyon trash tartalom, konkrétan a szar. Nem szó szerint szar, de tényleg trash tartalom. Ó, akkor ide is kell basszus kulcs offerelni. Ide meg hidroszizsél kell. Atya világ! Na basszus. Jó.
Body and mind.
Ide be kell jönnünk. Én közben nyitok egy tét, mert ennek az új mapnak meg akarom nézni mindenképpen a térképét. Hol vannak ezek a felvehető dolgok?
Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to
it. I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Okay.
Ooh, front row seats!
Megvan a Fontaine map, yes, srácok! Okay. Nekem annyi kell, hogy 85 ilyen hidrószar van. Jó.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Jó, oké. Jók leszünk, srácok. Ezt ki fogjuk lootolni, ezt az egészet.
We'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Bocsánat, srácok, csak nagyon örülök. Úristen. Ilyen addiktív játéknak ennyire örüljön valaki.
Time to act.
Ide feljövünk. Nézzük, mi van. Oké. Hol fent vagyunk már? Arra is lehet menni, de nem? De jó. És ki volt itt?
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's get down.
Első helyeket kaptuk. Na, a moziban is így kellene, hogy minden helyet kiadjunk egymás mellett. És nem pofáznának. De azt is legfeljebb így átlósan kellene rakni. Ez kicsoda?
Hey, traveler.
Van itt valaki.
Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together. Oh, you little
Igen, ez nem a te dolgod.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good.
És őt is majd később meg lehet kapni, őt a 4.1-be.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one.
Igen, mert tudjátok jól, vannak mamik és dedik, és őt hívták akkor a 4.1-es Face 1-es dedinek.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Na, ki ő? Fogadjuk az apja, nem?
So you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second.
Igen, egyre kínosabb.
Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Most érkeztünk.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Nervilletnek hívják, jó van.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person. Tök jók egyébként ezek a ruhák, amik az előkelőken van. Nem az a kis gatya, hanista tartóval. Tök jó.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Ez a kis köcsög. Furina.
Huh? Oh, it's Furina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Ah, okay. Észrevettük. Nézzük a showt.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right. Please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Hát ott ilyen. Srácok, 1:30-ig fog tartani nagyjából a...
Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Huh?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
I know she...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Okay, a visionöket leszették.
That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparation. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected... Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Ez már jobban meg van csinálva. Varázsló gyerek.
But this isn't what you came for.
Igen, nem ezért jöttünk.
These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Ajaj. Oh.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Normális 3D-s. Biztos, hogy nem fog meghalni.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
Ajaj.
Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Eltüntette? Tudsz élet! Tudsz élet!
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Csátos öltözött. És száraz! Zsír. Egy jó kis bűvésztrükköt. Berítjentettek neki. De tök jók egyébként ezek az új átvezetők. Akik ezt tetszett.
What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, we should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice. Come on, repeat after me.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll... 54,
53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Neuvillette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon... 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, that's... 25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. 10 seconds and change is...
10!
Almost there now. 8. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
És most lesz ott a csaj. Na?
Ta-da!
És sikerült neki. Volt az utolsó másik percben. Yes! És ott lesz a kis semmi. Mi a franc? Basszus! Hova lett a kislány? Eltűnt a kis saj. Emlékeztek, mondták azt, hogy a lányok tűnnek el, fiatal lányok. És valószínűleg ki kellett volna jönnie, és tönkrement.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Ja, mi történt?
Oh no.
Ó, basszus, kulcs.
Maybe this isn't part of the
Akkor
show.
tényleg ez egy nyomozós quest lesz. Ez kurva jó.
In that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Igen, most nem mehet ki senki sebe.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Ajaj. Igen. Vajon mi lehetett itt?
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we're still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Pontosan.
The serial disappearances case?
Igen, pontosan. A sorozat eltűnés.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Oh, nem már, pont Linnyt.
Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Pontosan, ez csak egy baleset volt. És Furina meg azt hiszi, hogy ő Linny tette az egész eltűnést. Hát ez hülye!
The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right! How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the...
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all... Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
Ahogy volt. Elmenekültél.
But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot...
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could to hear? Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answer. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate.
Igen, ezt ki kell nyomozzunk, mi történhetett itt. Ez tényleg egy haláleset is történt. Egy rablás.
Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Ez micsoda, bocsánat, ez mi? Ez mi? Mi ez? Van hasonlóság?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just like... since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic should... But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Detective Paimon azt mondja. Kész.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you...
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
Isten igazából nem nagyon mondott el semmit szint. Lókat lehet gyűjteni. Ó, tehát akkor tényleg nyomozás lesz, mert bizonyítékokat gyűjtünk, és van ilyen ügyi feljegyzések. Ó, akkor tényleg itt. Aha, tehát ő halt meg. Powell volt az, aki meg. Igen, van egy nyom. Még egy nyom. Nyomozunk akkor, srácok, nyomozunk! De az a bajuszos szemüveg olyan vicces.
Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
I'm so serious.
Whoa.
Igen.
Look, this bit is made from different material.
Másik anyagból.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Ez más anyagból van, gyulékony.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Lejegyzi, igen, pontosan. Tehát találtunk egy ilyen speciális kötelet. Mi át volt itatva a gyulékony anyag. Igen, ez megvan. Jó, ez már megvolt. Ajajaj. De lehet még venni, nem? Akkor beszéljünk vele is. Szóval átnézzük az egészet. Ezt is megnézzük. Ezt is még egyszer. És nem lehet ráugrani. Na várjatok. Semmi alul. És nem lehet felmenni.
Whoever the murderer was,
Huh?
Why would it be him? How strange.
Jó. Oké, és elméletek, akkor ide kéne. De nyomozzunk tovább, kis srácok. Nézzük meg. Lehet itt. Valahol itt volt. Ó, ezt kell nézni. Ez lesz a másik. Ez volt a másik box. Azt láttuk. Itt mi van? Látjátok? Itt is. Lehet vele is beszélni kell.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Ott valami zaj.
Yes, exactly. It
Közben
wasn't terribly loud,
számoltak vissza.
but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
Okay, de mi az a
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette, perhaps, jumping and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough land. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Mi ilyen hangot hallottam? Valami hangot hallottam. De mit? Majd visszakérdezem. Van még itt. 3 klub. Azért most ki kéne menni? Nem. De kell menni. Jövünk ide is még. Meghallgatjuk ezeket, és utána visszamegyünk.
Yes, both of you. Over here. I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
Még mindig rajta az a szöveg.
If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth.
Senor.
No. And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Igen. That's...
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Tehát akkor mafia szervezetség.
Her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Igen, mik ezek a nevek?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di...
All merely trifle... That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny with that. That's not Anyway,
sounds more like...
Well, what's your opinion? All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like...
Well...
And why would that be?
Yeah.
See,
ez nem egy színházi előadás.
I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway,
I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence.
Wait! When
can we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like
far be it from me to brag, but I believe that you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Igen, nem tetszik a szemed se.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Szemes álljú. Oké, és eljövünk ide is. Kihallgatjuk őt is.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the opera house at the moment.
Tudjuk, hogy nem mehetnek ki.
You wish to leave.
Bocsánat. Ez megvan. 9 nyomot kéne találnunk, ebből meg 3-at.
You must register your identity with us for...
No, we're not leaving.
Nem megyünk ki. Igen, ezt meg kell... ezt a nyomozást ki kell vizsgálni.
Yes, after the chief justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so sure?
Oda tudja, hogy nem innen ment ki.
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here.
És ha nem látta, akkor nem mehetett ki, dehogy nem.
But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
Melusinoknak hívják ezeket.
Safe to say the girl couldn't. All right, thank you for your help. This will be useful.
Jó, és feljegyeztük. Ez mi volt? Ó, tudunk ilyet csinálni? Menjünk fel egy emeletet. Menjünk fel egy emeletet. Úgy fenn már semmi sincs. Az. Ó, és lent viszont van valami. Azt mindjárt megkukiz. Ja, megnézzük. Na, még itt talán. Ó, és ott is van valami. Aha! Csöntünk. Jó. Beszéljünk velük. Nézzük meg, mi van.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
Igen.
What were you saying about the number selector?
Igen, a kiválasztással kapcsolatban a
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Úgyhogy azt a csajt választotta ki.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right?
Igen, egy random embert választott ki.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny.
Ó, legalább ezt is tudjuk. Eljövünk ide. Megvolt. Vele is beszél. Nekivel is beszél.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Nyomoznak.
Oh,
This location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Megnézi, hogy ki volt, aki eltűnt az... Mert nyomon lehet követni.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Painter?
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately. Which made her decide to come see the magic show.
Okay.
The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems, simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all. Which
Were the victims of previous cases also twins?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age.
Okay, then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see it, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these.
Okay, ő tűnt el. Missing lady.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting in.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the
firepower. Olyan furcsa, hogy itt nem beszélnek, tehát nem mozog a szájuk.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there.
Most.
Call me Navia.
Nem tudom, hogy japán
I'm
vagy
a
a
partner
koreai
of theirs,
beszéd.
and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Find my...
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go.
Yes.
I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside a...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley. all while the outer box would remain on.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able—
Right!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Okay. Tehát akkor a fonográftól lehetett hallani,
My
hogy a másik
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown—
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh!
That's how we were able to coordinate Lenny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
Bár másodperc alatt jött, akkor az még Lynette volt.
Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Érthető. Tök jó, hogy ilyen nyomozós sztorit hoz.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box, but as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand—
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. And yet, to think that someone was able to— Could we have a look around? I think—
This is the scene of the crime. So Lenny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort—
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't—
Thanks, everyone. We're—
3 dolgot is meg. És mennyiből? 2 kellene innen állnunk.
What's this?
Aha, az egy kampó.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different—
Whatever it is,
Lehet így
let's
jöttek be
make a
ide.
note of it.
Jegyezzük fel, van egy ilyen.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, hi, my nose. It's—
Pillanat. És a tunnelbe is.
one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase.
Kellemes napot, szevasztok srácok,
Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
Genshin 4.0-ás streamünkhöz.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Igen, nem a csin.
Let's note this down too and think about it.
Jó, volt egy váza is, ami elborult. Látok? Van itt is egy. Köz nem megyünk fel. Látok? Itt egy ruha. Egy női ruha.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Igen, a lány ezt
The clothes are here, but she's—
Right.
Levetkőztették.
Do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Ajaj! Más is van.
This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Oké, ez is megvan. Nézzük meg, hogy mit hagyunk még ki. És megvan ez is. Igen, ez a sín. Megvan lesz még? Ha? 2 dolog. Dobozok. Oké, ez a kocsi, ami a dobozt egyik helyről a másikra vitte. Illetve van itt egy szellőző.
What is this place?
A szellőzőn vitték ki a kis...
It seems someone could fit through here.
Itt jött be.
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they—
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Ha? Biztos egy harmadik fél volt.
Let Paimon write that down.
Jó. Elírtuk ezt is.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Hello! Feltől meg. Meg lesz.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crimes.
Nézzük meg. Oké, akkor a tunnel vent, azaz 1/3 a tunnel. Még kell 2-t találnunk. Talán még 2-t kell. Na.
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Igen, nem áll még össze.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
Plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Lenny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice, that's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from a turn. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge and—
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision.
Good.
This too, then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials.
The
result it returns is the will of justice itself.
So that machine is the one that actually—
In practice, there is very little difference. Both— yes, the— Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the—
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we— And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if—
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here.
Paimon állandóan éhes.
I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Káznak és sütiznek.
Breaking out, subtle— Just kidding!
Az a szemüveg még mindig olyan vicces.
Even if there are no snacks.
Két tojás olyan.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks.
Understood, demoiselle.
Jó, hoznak
Everyone, please come with me.
Most akkor a kivizsgálást egy teaparti mellett megbeszéli.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment.
These three are quite the interesting—
Érdekesek. Makaronokat csinálnak! Édes Istenem! Mekkora? Akkora a makaron, mint a csésze! Vagy ilyen picik a csésze? Mint egy hamburger! Ilyen szuperpi! Alapból a makaronok nem jók, de ez hatalmas.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging—
I was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Ki vannak öltözve és nem félnek, hogy összekoszolják magukat?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horse. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the—
Only 3?
Csak 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is the was no need for concern.
Jó, oké, gyorsan teázunk meg és beszéljünk tényleg a nyomról, mert itt az a lényeg, nem azt, hogy teázgatunk meg sütiztetünk. Van még valami?
Down to business.
Na végre.
As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Lyney and Lynette were not alone within it. Some magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any luck.
Exactly! Why would they do such a—
The flower vase and the thud we heard resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our— From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're not—
They are my specialty.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually—
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon?
Nem hiszünk neked! Nem, még neked se.
Thank you! If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, the what?
And I have the egg sugar.
Well, this really is your—
Erről 3-at evett.
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know what it would be.
All right, thanks for your—
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Okay, még akkor nyomozunk itt.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case.
Lássuk meg. Megvan. Más nincs, igaz? Várjunk, reggel 8. Mennyi lehet az? 8:36. De túl sokat várni. Ó, de várjatok! A kéne. De...
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan.
Egyről egyre át kell rágnunk még egyszer.
We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lyney and Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we.
Látok? Akkor már csak egy nyom kell ide, és akkor a fenti rész.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Oké, akkor magunkban nyomozunk. Jó.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, You might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence, but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Oké, most elmagyarázza a bírónak is, hogy hogyan történt a trükk.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick...
Yes, that's correct.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on! Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
Szívek házából? Az mi? Fatui. Akkor ők ilyen...
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an act.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Hatuik, és nem hallott semmit. Csád is itt.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Okay, nekünk is van információ.
In that case, what is your request?
Igen,
is that really necessary? They're
already
as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorney.
Oh, hát basszus,
what is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
Okay.
This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
Okay, egy óra múlva folytatják.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what... In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro-Archon... I'm sorry.
Yeah. We based our entire reason not to set the wrong tone or anything, but...
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you... But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but...
Srácok. Nagyon...
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
4 órás lesz a stream. Hát... Kezdek fáradni meg.
I'll answer any question you ask.
De ezt a questet már meg akarom csinálni.
We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice
operates. Nagyjából igen.
We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
Még egy olyan 50 perc.
During our investigations, we learned from that moment on. Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole... It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Bízunk benne, mert mi vagyunk az ügyvéd.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Jó védelmezés kell.
Huh?
Van is. És van! Nem tudom kimenni, mi? Okizunk. Egyébként tudunk innen kimenni? Ó, tehát nem lehet kimenni. Aha. Látszok, akkor ezt be kell fejeznünk mindenki.
Time to act.
Jó, na befejezzük.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Micsoda, bizony... Jaj.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be... Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from... At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that... So Linney proceeded to knock him afterward. Linney passed the And there you have it. That...
Does the defendant's side have any...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
Uh-huh. Hát ez így érdekes lesz, srácok. Szerintetek melyik lesz a jó? Refuse! Hoppa! Igen?
Lenny did not...
Igen?
Lenny went to the room that contained...
Első? Nem?
According...
Így jó. 3-ból biztos 2 nem.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linney did indeed go into the tunnel.
Igen, bement a tunelbe.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in which the crime scene had finally, he reached the surface.
Megvédtük azt a 3 bizonyítékot. És így megvan. Ó! Csúcs. Megvédtük. Megvédtük magunk.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing.
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if
Igen, ki volt az, aki meg akarta?
What you say is true. Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Pontosan, miért kellett megölni?
They have a point.
Igen, ha csak a lányt akarta elrabolni, miért ölte meg a srácot is?
Partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Come. No!
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? That's right! This means that the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Követte el. Azt még nem tudjuk. Ki lehetett? Ki lehetett? Lehetett a gyilkos. Ott volt a lány.
Could there have been a third person involved? Halsey is the missing person. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person.
Okay. Nem?
Could there have been a third person?
Igen. Nem.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Csávóka volt? Akkor egy harmadikat ölt meg. Szia, Exa! Jó van! Nagyon érdekes ez a nyomozós quest. Jól, jól. Hát már kezdek fáradni, meg már egy kicsit már próbálok, de jól. Igen.
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your
nagyon tetszik, hogy ilyen nyomozós questet kaptunk. Linit és Linettet meggyanúsított.
What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that...
Assza meg! Okay.
The sound we heard may have come from a... Halsey's clothing... The deceased's name is...
Akkor még kettő más van. Hát?
It would have been tough for both... No one entered or left...
Nem jó.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing...
Ez se jó. Ó. Engedésed, mondjuk. Értem. Hát igen. Itt tényleg azt hittem, hogy ilyen vízis dolgok lesznek, erre fel egy nyomozálós questet kap. Kár, hogy ezt a fejben nem mondja.
Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is.
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick is
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Yeah, Halsey hogyan tűnt el?
That would be nice, but the tunnel only... And it's not like this is a magic trick. trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my interruption, dear.
Aye, aye.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second! Bocsánat.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at the sound we heard may have. The deceased's name is.
Igen.
The vase
Megvan!
was not
Ez lesz.
broken by
A víz! A törött váza!
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Igen, Lynette is a vízből ruha nélkül tudott jönni.
Transformed into water.
Hogyha a lány belerakták a téve,
I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Ruhája,
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about. Must we real magic tricks are...
Even so, I trust the Traveler's Jet. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of the rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of the attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowl.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowl's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
Okay.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me!
Valamire rájött! Igen, én ezt Valamire rájöttek. Ez bírtad már? Igen, de köszi szépen. Aki még nem tette be így a nézők közül, van itt Exa beírt a chatbe egy kódot, Primó Csemelt, ha jól tudom, asztalt. Használjátok fel.
But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right, like the middle
hut. Az emberek
that wouldn't make sense at all.
Azért tudtak eltűnni.
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Igen, és Cowell, aki meghalt, ő egy dealer volt. Akinek voltak ilyen képei. A primordial tengerből. Jó.
The rope that strung the water tank up was...
Jó.
Now it seems like the hook rope with the water from the primordials. The deceased's name is Cow.
Csak kettő jó. Fuck.
I remember there was something. Lynette was in the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was some...
Nem, már csak egy kell akkor.
The deceased's name is...
Valami nem jó. Így jó. Sorrendbe kellett valamiért. Sorrendet nem tudom, hogy így kellett, de ez legalább megvan.
It's Detective Paimon's in the original plan.
Igen, na, nézzük.
Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
It does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Vannak új nyomok. Most jönnek az őrök. Találtak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just...
Akkor megvan az egész kinek.
Just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Linnynél is volt ilyen víz.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back. Does this not clear, my dear citizens, my loyal audience?
De Linnynél milyen volt ilyen víz? De Linnynél miért volt víz?
Linny did not need to take part, having made modifications that
meg kell védenünk.
Ultimately, he not now as much.
Ajaj, meg kell védenünk az egészet.
We've used up all the evidence. Is this the...
Oh no.
Ajaj.
Seems using the water as new...
I think we've all... I believe this is indeed the...
Ó, basszus kúr. Van még egy kör ezen kívül.
My good,
ezt is meg kell
noble
védenünk.
Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone, but I...
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the honor.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has... What in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all... But once everyone believes the illusion,
Can't magic reveal the truth to them? And wouldn't such a trick come on, Lenny and Lynette? But as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
Ajaj.
And voila.
Csont a csaj. Mi a faszom?
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait.
Itt a csaj.
Isn't that Halsey?
Igen, itt a csaj.
So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
Ő lesz a gyanúsított.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Lenny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Ő nem gyilkos, ő véletlenül ölte meg, mert belerakta a dobozba, de akkor ki akarta, és miért ölték meg? Tehát itt egy gyilkosság történt. Valaki meg akarta ölni, a dobozba volt. És az még kérdőjel. Oké, tehát Linniettől kell az egészen. Jó. Látok? Igen. Nem. 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 Igen.
Lillian.
Aha. Nem. Igen, és akkor még egy kell. Kifogtál egy hosszú questet? Majdnem 3 órája megy ez a quest. Jó, hogyha elnyomogattuk volna meg minden, ahogy egyébként is csináljuk a questeket. Nem? Nem? Ott van. Csinálj. Megvan.
And it's Ace Detective time! Having been selected out of her panic
de jó, mert nyomozós tényleg.
she entered the tunnel
igen,
and
azoknak
had
könnyebb,
water
akik
poured
értik
on
is az
her head.
angolt.
So she kicked
Tényleg
the
jó.
door open, producing the thud we all heard.
Bíróságos.
Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Font, mistakenly believing the two broke with no way of escaping.
És így döntetlen. Megvan. Megvan ez a rész is.
She knew that
she had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under.
At this point, all the events that happened.
Ah, so that's the
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments.
Wow.
Okay.
Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the Opera House. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Ennyi! Megnyertük az ügyünket!
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
És nyertük. Most mondja, hogy nyert.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one...
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-up said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Boss. És vízé változtat.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
Csak nem erre gondolt.
I shouldn't have expected any less of...
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Ó, és megjelentek a mehák. Hol vagy, cucc?
So, we're just going back now?
Okay.
That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Igen, valaki el akarta tusolni, hogy ki a főnök.
Lenny.
Hát szerintem a szervezet.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. I guess. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm obtuse, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Igen, a szívek háza az apja.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent. He would constantly...
That doesn't seem too bad either.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the Knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so the House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans...
So, from small deeds...
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand if you should need anything at all in the future.
Okay.
Bye, Linny!
Meg vagy, igaz? Ki tudom most már menni. Hív. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy mi lesz még itt.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it?
I
do feel that we're getting closer to solving... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Nem vagyok a társad.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah.
Ja, most már követik őt.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Heyo.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire. Sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate...
Huh?
Do we? Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending. Anyway,
okay,
it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take...
Jó, hadd szóljon, ingyen kaja, bazd meg, az mindig jó.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court...
All right then, let's...
Ajánlás. Megvan. Complete. Akkor is 30-at kaptunk ezzel. Innentől kezdve már tudunk össze-vissza menni, igaz?
Body and mind.
Arra kellene menni. Igen. Jó. Ez, meg az a rész... Jó srácok, szerintem itt fogjuk abba hagyni. Én meglepődök, milyen gyors a transition. Srácok, nagyon szépen köszönöm, hogy itt voltatok, emer remek játékkal játszottunk. A 4.0-ás frissítés meghozta az új mappot, új karaktereket, új event, új minden. Nekem nagyon tetszik, tök jó ezek az újítások, meg az, hogy most egy ilyen nyomozó sztorit raktak bele. Viszont kicsit azt hittem, hogy jobb lesz, tehát több vizes lesz, több minden, úgyhogy legfeljebb csináljuk azt, hogy majd hétfőn megkukizzuk, hogy milyen lesz a sztori mutatása. Én azt akkor lehet hanyagolom, vagy nem tudom még, hogy lesz. Meglátjuk, de mindenképpen hétfőn meg kedden, hétfőn meg szerdán Genshinezünk, és most pénteken szintén fogunk játszani a horror streamünkkel, méghozzá a... Nem srácok, tudjátok mit? Nem. Úgy lesz, a nagy lófaszt. Megvan, kitaláltam. Pénteken akkor Genshinezünk délelőtt, délután, vagyis este felé akkor a horror streamünket ugyanúgy folytatni. Jön most a más része a Querynek, azt fogjuk folytatni, az is egy 1/2 stream lesz, remélhetőleg akkor be tudjuk a második részt. Nagyjából így fog kinézni, nektek addig is kellemes napot, és pénteken találkozunk. Jó? Na, szevasztok, vigyázzatok magatokra! Megáll!